constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away. You are an amazing ball of light, circling this heart you set alight. Open up, don't you know who you are? Electric, your eyes are filled with stars. You are an amazing ball of light, circling this heart you set alight. Open up, don't you know who you are? Electric, your eyes are filled with stars. Chase the light, we're rolling, but on the go. Oh, front of us. Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines and we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone, oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running wild, I'm running for my life.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in.
can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to European Pro League Southeast Asia Season 6. Of course, here at EPL World Series, we are always happy to watch a match. Of course, we have to mention a bit of house cleaning. Today's first match was moved over to July 6th, I believe was the date. But yeah, overall, sorry to say, with our first match cancelled for the day, we only have today InterActive Philippines and Yangon Galacticos facing off. But worry not, Team Ivory versus Team Grey will be played later on down the line. But let's speak of the current two teams. InterActive Philippines and Yangon Galacticos both have 1 point on the board so far, since they've won one game each, but they have both lost their two best of three so far. So who's gonna be the bottom barrel of the bracket for now is what's gonna happen over here. Out of the 8 teams, of course, only 6 of them will pass, so being on the bottom of this chart is not a good place to be in general. But of course, with Khalil 911 and Castawake, it's still gonna be a question if how should I say, any of our teams basically go for like a deeper run, or are we gonna get even the upsets, which tend to happen in Southeast Asia in general. So, you know, the lesser known teams of Khalil 911, but like with very, very good players, and like Boombui, Tigger, of course. I'm cheating here, I'm looking at the names, but there are some of these guys have already played our lower tier tournaments, and of course have been around this season, have been around Dota in general. My name is Dota. I'm going to be the host for your one and only match of the day. Sorry about that, Southeast Asia fans, but worry not. Of course, our regular season of European Dota is also going to continue tonight, as is the American season. So for the overall information for team stats, metastats, and all the stats and more, check out our partner site, Cyberscore, cyberscore.live, link in the description. You cannot miss it. And yeah, I'll definitely see you guys there. As of course, here at this draft, it's looking like Yangon Galacticos want to go on the aggressive, but even if they go for the very, very tanky heroes, the Ancient Apparition is definitely going to be a bit of a hindrance that they will need to address. As on the other side, InterActive Philippines going for the Morphling, not out of the blue, and of course, Girl's Bounty Hunter makes an appearance, so Jollibee almost definitely on the Ancient Apparition with the Bounty Hunter position 4. I do believe Neil is just gonna go for that Primal Beast. I don't think this is a Yona hero. In general, I do think Yona rather prefers his spirit heroes, more jumpy, more timing based ones, like let me check my sheet. Yep. Yeah, his most picked heroes so far are in order: Puck, Invoker, Ember Spirit, and Lina. So, yeah, the Primal Beast is more than likely the offlane here, so Yangon Galacticos could answer, but bear in mind, if you go for anything tanky, you have the Ancient Apparition to face. So why not a Glass Cannon? That's going to be the Drow Ranger on KSH. Mostly known for his melee agilities, and plus that Morphling, which is the outlier in this top 4, but Drow Ranger stats, let me check his page on cyberscore.live. Of course, link in the description. You can check for yourself. I do not believe. I do see Luna here in the past year, some Weaver. Drow Ranger in the past year has been played 3 times by KSH. One with the hero only once. Well, yeah, against Ivory, he did a really, really good job with the Weaver. If he does a similar approach with this hero, I would not mind. I definitely feel that some kind of mobility item, either the Shadow Blade or the Blink Dagger, is going to be necessary. Although Shadow Blade against Bounty Hunter, yeah, not a big fan. I think Blink Dagger, Hurricane Pike and Blink Dagger is kind of what you want to go for your self-escape. Although, if you do get a Solar Crest, or even the Tombstone Protection, then of course these just are unnecessary. So maybe some kind of Butterfly Aghanim Scepter could be the approach here on the Drow. But I'm not sure of the build-up of it currently, and I can't even go for a builds cheat, because I just can't look at the back of the page. There's no pro tracker to basically analyze that. That's what analysts are getting the big bucks for. Just a rambling caster. Not even knowing what I'm talking about. But with the Puck and the Void Spirit Band, the Ember's still in the pool. Jumping onto the Ancient Apparition could still be an approach. Although, nosing out the Bounty Hunter could be a bit of a more of a higher priority for Yangon Galacticos. Storm is looking pretty okay here. For YG on the dire side. Not the worst thing I ever came up with here. And then they could just ban a Kunkka and then save the Drow a bit more. Although not that Kunkka would work great with interactive Philippines. Still, the X-Mar's a spot into the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. Not a bad idea at all. So yeah, maybe I would go with the Kunkka ban. They banned the Ember themselves. And yeah, maybe they just don't want the Spirit off, so they just go for the Storm themselves and then leave interactive Philippines holding the ball. Clicking on Yona's page. The Invoker's still available. I mean, he has a 69 nice win rate with the Invoker, so I would not mind seeing it personally. As they go for the Mars and put the Pango into the mid lane, this is just a great opportunity to go straight for the Monkey, is it? Monkey? Monkey not bad?
10 seconds.
Am I reading this right? Yeah, just go Monkey King mid.
5 seconds remain.
Monkey King.
Select your hero.
This is why I get the big bucks. I mean, yeah, supposedly big bucks. But overall, yeah, that makes perfect sense here. Monkey King just basically owns anything that is melee on the mid lane. And is currently one of the best picked cores in the game as well. This does give you the opportunity, if the Morphling gets bullied out, then you can still rely on your Monkey King or Primal Beast to basically catch anything on the map. And if I'm looking at these two drafts, I'm liking Interactive Philippines just a tad bit more. Not that you should take anything that I say to the bank, and if you do, please do not write me any more hate mail. My postmaster has been calling on me that I'm just getting way too many packages. Suspicious, and they're ticking sometimes. Of course, we would never joke with anything like that, but overall, it looks like Interactive Philippines will be a bit more on the aggro on this one, and I don't think Yangon Galacticos, besides the Arena of Blood and a little bit of Tombstone action, can basically make the reaction. If they keep KSH safe and basically get more kills than losses, of course, there's opportunities to turn, and we all know that Drow Ranger is just a pain in the butt when it comes to the right clicks. But can you keep distance with Monkey King and Primal Beast at the enemy's side? We shall see. And as game number 1 between Interactive Philippines and Yangon Galacticos starts, let's get into it.
Prepare for battle.
I hate life.
Hi, baby.
A little bit of aggressive walkout coming out from YG. Looking straight into sugary baby if they get this catch. Of course, you can call him Sagiri or Sagiri baby as well.
Just 30 seconds now.
I might just stick with Sagiri. I don't know why you add the baby. Is it like a Big Daddy No-Tail thing? You just add the baby at the end of your name instead? 30-second smoke up's almost mandatory at this point. Come out on both sides. Sagiri sticks around a little bit longer though. He could have broken all of them smokes. Yeah, the only reason I didn't go into portrait mode is that everyone's just basically invisible. There's nothing much to see here. Yeah, with under the smoke's protection, YG are rather taking the more defensive route to all of this.
The battle begins.
Young PH. Those 4 runes will be taken. 3 runes will be taken by IA. I can't use the InterActive Philippines abbreviation, I just figured. But I can't call them IAPH because we have Young PH in the game. Who is, by the way, not Filipino. According to his player page. Of course, he's from Myanmar. As is all of Yangon Galacticos. Except for JG, who does happen to be Filipino, by the way. So, just to add to the confusion, right? I think I'm gonna try and stay away from the IAP abbreviation. As this laning stage starts off so far uneventfully, but we shall see. Maybe the Radiant can use that little bit of advantage over there as the Decay eventually takes down the Primal Beast. That is a big mistake right there. Walking deep into the hands of Lun. Was, by the way, a stand-in on the YG side. But yeah, I'm dying against basically any strength hero. This is going to be a pain in the butt. Well, what would a Dodai stream be without missing any of the first bloods, or any of the kills for that matter? That's 2 on my docket. Skille and JG actually managed to hit their combination. Spear of Mars into the Earth Spike and Hex for the follow-up. You could just stack your disables. I don't know why Dead Jed renamed himself this time to Jed. But, yeah, I'll take it. As the lane pulling Shanae continues on the top lane. Gotta secure KSH. A bit of peace of mind. Well, of course, Young PH suffering hard against the Wukong. As it should be, the Monkey King.
Radiant's top tower
Will be the biggest pain you'll ever know.
has been killed. Each brave courier knows the risks.
As of yet, V. Otherwise known as Neil. Just basically suffering through this lane. But, you know, the great thing about Primal Beast, you just don't have to care that much. As you can always just walk on any enemy hero you will meet. And you can farm them instead of any of the waves. The InterActive Philippines on the map, although they're not really suffering for the gold. taunting on the bottom lane will continue. Skille tried to look for the angle onto the Morphling, but Rakusu coming over. Nope. No spear into the play from JG. He'd rather focus on the last hitting. If he could force out with the aggro play, a little bit of a harder push on their side, he's going to be happy as we miss another kill. Damn, I should pay a bit more attention to this. Apologies. But yeah, the nuances of gameplay can definitely be observed between the players. As to be fair, what a lot of people don't realize is that these guys have played each other over and over again in pubs. And once they get into competition, it's all about the mind games. It's all about the mind games.
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Misread move. A wrong time to click. Or just 4 people DCing couldn't get you out of that tempo. Something YG had to face against Team Ivory a few days ago. As things start to settle. Of course, Vive had already 2 kills to the name of the Primal Beast. He's definitely going to feel a little bit more comfortable on the top lane now. Well, right-clicking a Drow Ranger is still not going to be the easiest thing in the world, and as night falls, Skillen and JG still want to get this lane a little bit pulled back, closer to their tier 1 tower. Sagiri. Moving over to JG, still not managing to reveal themselves. Skille. They get to Jed just a little. Sagiri. Moving over to the Lion, they're just gonna refocus on the new target. And there's a good kill right there. Wonder if Vive will try to do the trample move again with the onslaught. It was just a casual walk up onto the Drow Ranger. Of course, there was the opportunity to just walk a little closer. As a 6-minute power rune picked up by the bounty. It's just going to be countered as Sagiri looking for the courier opportunity. The timing would demand it, but the coast is clear as Jed gonna go down to the creeps, of all things. Yeah, caught with his pants down, without the supports. 20 seconds until the Shrine of Wisdom. As the hit-and-run tactics are starting to wrap up, Sagiri trying to steal Shrine of Wisdom with the invis, but as JG comes over, the steal, it's not looking successful that much. Out comes the Wukong's command. Lon joins into the fight. They need a few more right clicks onto the Monkey King, but the new facet choice on Yona is not going to be successful overall. They still get the kill. As Sagiri managed to get the steal as well. God's Rebuke. There is a spear opportunity onto the trees as KSH will take the bounty hunter for a ride.
I thought you'd be more skilled.
It's going to be level 6 on the bounty hunter. As the big move for InterActive Philippines goes up in smokes. Well, as we check on the net worth, KSH definitely benefited hard from that kill on the bounty hunter. And of course, a big fat bonus on the Undying as well for the Monkey King. The question remains, can they turn this into something bigger? Arcane Rune. Taken out as young PH. They will go on the aggressive on the InterActive Philippines side, as mentioned before. And they instantly turn onto the Pangolier. With that gone, we will get Sagiri as Jed is going to be taken down on the top lane. No JG snipe for you, my friend. believe there was a pulverize used as well. Due to it showing up on the cooldown, but the uproar tantrum will come through from V. As the tower right clicks, they're just not registering as much when the uproar is active. Lun could look for another decay, but he does not find the primal beast. Is he blind? No, it's just nighttime, my friends. Just cannot see. Then comes regularly moving clarity up onto the top lane. Lun still level 3 after 9 minutes of gameplay. A bit of chasing onto the Undying will definitely come through, although Lun definitely knowing where the bounty hunter is. Could throw out the defensive tombstone, but he knows full well with the Jingu Mastery Yona. He's just gonna right click him down. Busted indeed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see one of these catches on Jed. He missed them both so far as the Earth Spike comes through instantly onto the strength.
Dire's top tower is
YG should realize that mission failed. They can get him next time. I just need to disengage from him. 10 minutes are up and Night's about to shine.
Dire should look to
Night's
their
about to
top
shine. What the hell is wrong with me? As the daytime's about to shine. A little bit more vision for these ganks are now available
Dire's top tower is
for all sides. I mean, Rekusu is definitely a free target, but he's not someone you want to focus.
to their tire's top tower.
And on top of Yono or Jed, still their #1 priority on the IG side. Out goes the Ice Blast onto KSH. Good with the catch. Can Sagiri secure the kill? He has the Shuriken and the Shadow Walk. But as the arena is not perfect, there goes a Shuriken toss. KSH hiding inside the walls of the arena. A beautiful Spear of Mars from JG. Will secure the Bounty Hunter kill. Close but no cigar from the support combo of InterActive Philippines.
Is under attack.
Definitely a great tactic, throwing me back into the early days of Dota. When support combinations just overwork. Tombstone as a distraction onto V. Good slowdown as out comes a Rolling Thunder. The Zombos will keep up the vision and the contact onto the Primal Beast. As the Rolling Thunder bounces back and forth. I don't think the Primal Beast should survive this one. Not enough mana for any kind of swashbuckle though. As the zombies still follow through, eventually, young PH does get the mana enough
Dire's middle tower
to actually get the dinosaur, as Jed also manages to die on the bottom. KSH. Free target right there. As Skille has disengaged Sagiri. Picking up the contact with the Drow. I don't think he noticed the courier as out goes the Gust. KSH. In a bit of trouble now. In a lot of trouble now. Here it's just dead. It's just gone. That is exactly what I wanted to see. The InterActive Philippines lineup finding KSH everywhere they can and making those kills as the Primal Beast Bull rises out. Good play with the Boundless Strike coming through from Yona as the Ice Blast will send everyone out of the Arena of Blood. Here comes the Wukong's command, Sagiri. Gonna use the opportunity to just bash on the Tier 1 tower as much as he can. But with YG coming in for another turnaround, KSH is not gonna join the mid lane brawl. Both him and Jed looking to just catch up in terms of net worth. It's at the beginning of minute 14. We're just not looking super great. To be fair, V and Yona, as previously mentioned, they can basically just keep on diving for KSH and hinder the progress of YG. It's looking like that strategy is one InterActive Philippines will need to rely on until the Morphling can get back on its feet.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
As we already have 10 kills on the board and the second set. Shrines are about to spawn, JG. I wanted to leave this. For any kind of accident, will not let this interaction go through. As once again, the drive-by shooting gameplay of YG is going to work out on Jed. KSH we'll find the ancient apparition Rekusu out with the dodge, Vortex with the catch, Lun coming in with a TP. V, he will go for the onslaught on to the Undying instead. They will be happy with that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're looking for Sagiri. They will not find Sagiri, although they do have a little bit of whiff of him.
Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Despite all that, both teams locking down the jungle of the enemy side.
There is little hope for
It could just be the classic yin-yang gameplay, where basically one side will start taking care of the other's safe lane, and eventually the carries will still manage to keep up with the tempo.
Radiant
3,000 gold in the lead. As all things should be, everything's in balance. But YG spending an awful lot of time looking for stragglers in the enemy jungle. A minute and a half
Radiant's middle tower.
just stuck in this area. There's just a lot to spend on as Yona gonna be stuck inside the arena. Good with the spear, but out comes the Ice Blast. It's not gonna be enough of a cover though. Here comes the Flesh Golem. Lun wants this kill. He's not willing to let go as KSH gets the double kill. They can get the tower on top of everything.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Patience is a virtue they have in spades.
Radiant's middle tower.
And they waited for their targets and even found them.
Middle tower has fallen.
Deadly swift.
And we'll take note of, despite this onslaught going on, Sagiri has done a wonderful job at setting up outer perimeter vision on this map.
Radiant's middle tower is
And as YG are addressing all the threats that InterActive Philippines can throw at them, something like the reactions coming out
Dire should
might not be enough against YG's onslaught. KSH went for the Dragon Lance into the Aghanim Scepter as good Hex catch into the Finger of Death, Earth Spike, and of course the execution. Wukong's command expelled for naught as JG gets the hell out of dodge. Sagiri looking for the catch with Jed. Will actually get it as the Rolling Thunder will be more of an escape plan than a commitment. V coming through will find Lun. As with the Undying gone, might just be the disengage that YG wanted. I mean, I think Yangon Galacticos is gonna realize that they're not really getting what they want from this one. It's only a bit of a partial success that they're currently sitting on. Not many of those laurels you actually want at this time. Although, to be fair, they are just buying time so that KSH can get that Aghanim Scepter online. As you nodded to know, it does add into these Frost Arrow stacks, which eventually burst when the target dies.
Radiant are scanning
And depending on how many times you shoot the given target with the Frost Arrows, it'll depend how many shards it explodes into. But yeah, that ultimate has not been changed for the time being, so at least you still have that.
Killing spree.
As KSH. Benning Sagiri, thanks to defensive vision. Yona and Rakusu could still go for the kill on the Drow, though. Might not be tracked, but will be caught. In with the Ice Blast and the Pulverize and the Wukong's Command just to get KSH. But sticking around this tower might not be the best idea, as the Monkey King gets held on to stunned in the chain. Yona will try and jump out with a Boundless Strike, but the bowling ball will hit. Yona,
I guess.
finger to death by the Lion. As Simba will never miss with that fingering.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But still, I'd rather say that's more of an even exchange. On both sides, we do have a little bit of 100 net worth difference going in the way of YG, but that's little in the pool of the deficit that YG need to go through. JG looking for the catch, but Sagiri just hiding. Not giving away the vision that the YG supports have set up, so... Just hearts everywhere from Irakusu.
Bargain hunting.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
One with the drums. Looks like eventually the last tier 1 tower on the Dire side will fall. But you do not want to commit.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Tormentor being up, by the way. Looks more and more likely that InterActive Philippines will commit to it as young PH. Gonna go into hiding. They find him, but the onslaught! It does not catch. Close, but no cigar at all. So who's gonna get the Tormentor Shard is rather the question. It is gonna be Sagiri instead. So the friendly shadow will be available. I think they were rather hoping for the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. Applies Cold Feet. That could break some TPs as YG go for the Undying Tombstone Roshan play. Wukong's Command is available for Yona as V. Looking for the jump. Here comes the Boundless Strike. They look for KSH. They will find KSH in with the BKB Pulverize. There's nothing stopping the Primal Beast from doing the work. And with the Wukong's Command ripping Roshan to shreds, they just need Jet to keep on right-clicking. Lun gonna try something as young PH goes in for the bowling ball play. Buyback from KSH. Everything committed by YG. As they will look for Jet, they will find the Morphling. But V and Sagiri are inside. Yona looking for the good angle. We're trying to coordinate with the Ice Blast, but it's not going to work as V needs to disengage. They will find JG. But KSH is the most important one. They'll need to disengage from all of this, as the Rakusu will be left behind as well. A full commitment will work out as they find Sagiri as well. V looking for the onslaught angle. He will find the Lion with the blade mail. He will try to push through, but you only get one before you die. Out comes the Pulverize. Yona looking to rejoin as young PH is so damn low. Lun looking to go to contact. Oh, Jingu Mastery is not gonna happen. And YG, after a buyback and run back all the way to their outpost, will take the team wipe away from InterActive Philippines. What a play right there. Full commit, hard commit, buyback on your carry, and you still manage to get the team wipe. You can't say that Jed was the one who made the mistake by going up the stairs, but Jed might make the mistake here as he goes into the pit. JG, you better watch out, as the Mars just walking in on him is a bit of a visit and a confirmation. Young PH looking to regen himself as fast as possible And Roshan is still alive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was Jed. Back in play. Now has that Solar Crest as a defense mechanism. Something I want to see on the Drow Ranger as well, but neither Lun nor Skillay is looking to build it up just yet. Earth Spike going through. Onslaught is broken. As with the Aegis advantage, IAP could manage to go for the push.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Radiant's top tower is under
Sanjay and Yasha queued up on the morph. Or, hold on, no, Sanjay and Yasha queued up on the monkey.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
The one thing is still working on that Hurricane Pike after the Mantis style end of Vladimir's offering.
Under attack.
Drow Ranger is going to queue up the Butterfly, KSH,
Tower is under attack.
along his mandatory itemization as Young PH, looking for the Lincoln Sphere, not to be as tracked as often as you usually get to be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not really sure what the Lotus Orb is for, personally.
Bottom tower
Maybe just to bounce back against the Shuriken. But overall,
tower is under attack.
you know, not the most purgeable things right now as God's Rebuke and Spear going out, Yona jumping in as V stopping the escape.
Radiant's top tower
I'll take Skillay out for a ride.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, no blink in the itemization for KSH just yet. Though a bit more popular in the American region. I don't think you can escape IAP's grasp without it. Young PH gonna have to suffer through the wrath of Yoda. As Jet feeling a bit more confident with the Umbrella of the Aegis. About to finish the Hurricane Pike as well. This is JG with the Amplified Damage rune. He's gonna have to delay things on the mid lane with a wave cut. Not really in the know of what Lun is planning over here. He does not have any wards or sentries, but he is deep behind enemy lines right now. And if he can go for a bit of a deep farming shenane, yeah, he wants to just farm the enemy territory for a bit. Looking to finish his Glimmer Cape as fast as possible. He's not far off, to be fair. Yeah, a bit of residual gold on your position 5.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
5-man smoke up from YG.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There could be a bit of sweeping here in the jungle as Young PH finding Sagiri. JG securing the kill. They are looking for the Ancient Apparition as fast as possible. Good with the drive-by. The finger is perfect. As out comes the Pulverize on to the Pango. Good with the kill. The Ancient Apparition's back in play though. Jed Baby caught inside the arena as the Ice Blast misses. They just need a little bit more right click and the damage. Good contact on KSH. But Aegis will not be broken. Jed looking to reach. We'll let go. Lun back in the land of the living due to the innate ability of the Undying. But I don't think the zombie's gonna be that big of a factor right now. 28 minute Shrine of Wisdom. Sagiri could interact or intercept
Scanning for enemies.
the Mars trying to TP out of here. But he cannot go for this cutoff. He cannot go for this cutoff. Going for the escape, Sagiri. See where he is, but there is no visual on him. The Mars will escape. Still no Solar Crest on either Lun or Skillay. As one could argue, the Force Staff is kind of unnecessary since KSH has the Hurricane Pike, although there's a sort of escape. The double Force Sagiri. They find KSH. In with the catch. Yoda using his utilities perfectly. He just needs to keep up the contact with the BKB. Will take out the Drow Ranger on to the Lion. And you're just outskilled, baby, even with the Earth Spike. Galay does not have the skills to shake off 2. Good with the spear. Stolen from JG. And pulverize him into the ground. InterActive Philippines are doing exactly what we described during the draft, and they are executing it to the best of their knowledge. Young PH. Looking for the escape. Actually, godlike escape in the night.
The only one surprised by this is you.
There's 10 seconds left until the day will rise once again. With the obvious Aegis pulled back and Jed looking to finish his last 2 items. ASH still rather far from the bounty, or from the butterfly. Speaking of butterfly, the bounty hunter, good catch from the supports. Can they get Young PH? Cold feet. Not gonna connect, neither with the Ice Blast. Haste strewn from Young PH. Could be enough for the escape. He is still looking to cut the wave, and he'll do as much as he can before he TP's home. Perfectly timed teleport right there. Bit of a quiet wave going on the bottom as YG looking to circle up top. Jed is still their easiest target if they can manage to land the Hex and their Spike combination.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
There's no shard on the morph, and of course, even if you get it, it's like, eh. One of the weirdest Aghanim Scepters in the game still, though, by the way. Ever since it was released, I've seen it like once or twice, but... yeah, definitely one that needs to be changed.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Don't really get the Sun and TP up top from InterActive. No one's TP is on cooldown, so no one on YG was there. Oh. Of course, how could I be so stupid?
They can't stop me.
They need to get the ever so important Tormentor on the Ancient Apparition. The transition back onto the bottom lane also makes a lot of sense, as Roshan is about to respawn. Yeah, that timer should be fixed. You can now only tell by the clock above Roshan's head when he's about to respawn into the game. And even then, it's not always super accurate. But yeah, with the bottom lane basically fixed, InterActive Philippines now have the opportunity to just walk into the pit themselves and take out Roshan number 2.
Excellent.
Yona also getting closer and closer to being able to acquire the Nullifier as well. Sigura and Yona kind of want to go on the hunt as well. Is YG not really making that much of an effort here. Taking over the Watcher will definitely give away your position. And you're still gonna get split pushed to death on the mid lane and the bottom. Is JGTP's home? I think Lun and Skillet don't really have much of a choice either. Out with the banner. They're gonna force him forward. Nice with the Earth Spike, but it's just not enough. Young PH. They're pushing through. V looking for the perfect target. They will focus on the Mars first. The Ice Blast comes through along with the Wukong's command. They're looking to stand their ground on the enemy high ground as well. Young PH going onto the back line, trying to get Sagiri and the Rakusu out of commission. But at the same time, the Frozen Pangolier will try and escape. Sagiri playing with his food as eventually the buying back Mars will set up a Finger of Death kill. As back in the fray, Jed looking to continue to play. He does have Aegis on him, as that will be pierced. V and Yona trying to get onto the back line. They need to get KSH out of commission before that happens. As Jed Baby coming back into life, they will try and make a play on the back of the Primal Beast, but it's just not happening. 1v3 for Jed Baby as he tries to just out-heal the damage made by the Drow Ranger. Waveform up into the high ground, but it's not going to be enough as Young PH will keep up contact. Team wiped again. Yangon Galacticos will take care of InterActive Philppines and turn another 5,000 in their favor. These are definitely the plays YG got to grab onto. As mentioned, as long as they can keep the Drow Ranger safe, there's less of an issue. Looking for the shard soon as well. Glacier. I don't know how much that will help against the Primal Beast, but yeah. It's looking more and more likely that the Bounty Hunter and the Primal Beast together are the keys to basically take out the Drow. As long as one of the pieces falls, KSH could move into a more aggressive stance and doesn't really need to worry about anything else. As I'd say a Black King Bar is sort of warranted on both carries at this point, but neither of them are looking to build it at all. Young PH now done with the Basher, which could be the make or break in the long run. That combined with the Aghanim Scepter has been kind of a staple ever since Pangolier has been released in 2018. I actually don't remember if Pango was released in the end of 2017 or at the beginning of 2018. Been a while. Or maybe Pango and Dark Willow were released right after TI in 2017. It's been ages. As the Bounty Hunter, gonna get the bad treatment. Sagiri will go down, but as the arena will protect, it's not a true protection. Out comes the Ice Blast onto the Mars. As the Tombstone save coming out from Lun is not going to be enough for the kill. KSH looking for the turnaround as out comes the Rolling Thunder as well. Nullified is the play, but the Nullifier will bounce back. Yona in trouble behind enemy lines as the two big bads will battle it out. V will be the one to fall next as JG's on the run along with Young PH. Jed will manage to find the kills as Yona will also fall. 2v4, the situation InterActive Philppines did not want to fall into. As YG are up on the chase. They are holding, and they are holding well. This JG just providing a frontal tank, utilizing the Bulwark and the necessary directions to protect his teammates. Definitely something InterActive Philppines will need to take into account for it, despite them 7,000 gold in the lead. YG are coming for your high ground. This is not
Are fortified.
how any of them pictured this game.
Middle tower is under attack.
But we are getting into that late game stage where the Drow starts becoming crazy. Actually dumb. The Drow does not need the BKB, of course, due to the marksmanship passive.
For enemies.
Which is like an ultimate passive, but
I
still.
saw.
You see, Butterfly, you instantly think I'm KB. Yeah, all KSH needs is the damage, as it's looking like less and less likely that they will have the takedown. Giant Maul coming through as well. Extra critical damage. Extra attack slow. Cast speed slow, 20%. Is always one I forget about the Giant Maul. This is Blood Right. Now this is one I haven't seen yet. That's a nice indicator to have. The red is basically the health you gotta sacrifice for the play. That's V. InterActive Philippines, once again with the aggressive stance. They have a lot of information on the map compared to Yangon Galacticos. And despite all this, Yangon is going to use the guerrilla tactics. They could go for the smoke up here. And they will. Which way will they go for the wraparound? They could split up into two teams. One pushing out the mid lane, one getting the top. And then just try and rejoin on the high ground and decide on which lane to push out next. As InterActive Philippines. Ooh, that's a juicy courier right there. One I don't think they can ignore. But they might just have to. Skill A. Break up the smoke on the Lion as Yona faster with a trigger on the BKB. You're not going to manage to get the spear on him as the Ice Blast from Rekusu coming into the face of JG. Just a tad bit better positioning. InterActive Philippines will find their targets. You are not Team Secret from 2020. Back in the day as well when Yabzor was on the team. Sir Action Slacks and even Sunsfan. Other casters, way smarter than I, have criticized Team Secret for always just hanging out in the triangle and then just turning the fights around. No, yeah, Yangon Galacticos this time don't manage to get that off. As Roshan is actually up once again quite soon. Young PH going for the rollout. That's the BKB. It's not a perfect blink. In that position this time as Sagiri coming through into the meat grinder.
As you can see,
Yeah, they just left the outpost open as a trap.
for them to see me vanish is almost enough.
Jet Baby farming nearby. Scalé is just waiting for Roche. Well, I'm gonna be at least a minute. $31 to $32 with a 15k net worth difference between the two. We check on net worth. It's still JG who's suffering the most in all of this. Not really farming, right? Just setting up the plays and suffering the consequences. As on the other hand, his counterpart V is always in the front lines. Both teams just standing by. Roshan still gonna rest for another 20 seconds.
My waters rise.
There we go. As soon as they see the vortex, they assume that InterActive Philippines are here standing by. Yangon and V, they're planning something different. I mean, Tormentor 3 is available. But Roshan, alive. Will InterActive Philippines go for the gambit and let go of Roshan number 3. Refresher, Shard, and Cheese given over for the Dire. A bit of a gambit here from InterActive Philippines. A huge gambit, to be more precise. The question will remain, is this going to be enough so that YG will get to the high ground of the enemy? There's 2 more outer towers for them to go before they can actually reach the breaking point. As on the other hand, InterActive Philippines could go ahead and start gnawing at the tier 3 towers. But it is double catapult wave time. Not much is clear. As V. Oh no, going in. The Hex down Monkey. They cut down the trees as the Monkey cannot join. Jed in the middle of the fray as KSH. They are going to try and right click as much of the Drow Ranger as possible. At least the Aegis will be broken. As Jed Baby with a double kill. It's looking good. The onslaught will be a good catch. The pulverize is coming through. And the Drow will die. 94 seconds without KSH. As young PH is looking for the escape. But there is no escape. Only Skill A will be skillful enough to make it back home. As 4 of them die, InterActive Philippines will sacrifice a tier 3 tower for an almost team wipe of the enemy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As it was looking such a good start, but they do ignore the Morphling. It's gonna be a rush to the tier 4. Jed and Yona taking care of the creeps, pushing up straight into the play. Ice Blast coming in from across the map, just so that they don't come out. And as there's no fortification, it's one last stride coming out from Yangon Galacticos. Out comes the arena, but even with the finger of death, Jed is still surviving. Back on his feet with the Satanic's help, moving straight onto the Lion. They get the kill. Move on to JG and take care of the Ancient. As InterActive Philippines will win game number 1, 38-32, with a 35k net worth lead. To be fair, the game did go on crazy mode. That's kind of what we wanted. Late game Drow, late game Morphling. And despite Yangon Galacticos actually succeeding many times on taking care of the Morph, it just wasn't enough. Overall, InterActive Philippines with the better strategy of the Bounty Hunter and the Primal Beast. Did I say it's a predictable outcome? I mean, it was foretold, I guess, is what you can say. But yeah, InterActive Philippines shut down game number 1 against Yangon Galacticos. And we shall see what happens in game number 2 right after this break.
Head high, we're alone, are we taking all in front of us? Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines, now we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone, oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I swear my pride until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving. I'm not giving No, I'm not giving No, I'm not giving I'm not giving No, I'm not giving
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano. Blow it up like a volcano. What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're setting free? What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're setting free? Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano. Blow it up like a volcano. What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're setting free? What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're setting free? Blow it up like a volcano.
We're on our rise now, I'm screaming out loud. believe. It's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy, easy on me. Go easy on me. Go easy on me. Easy on me. Don't give me a hard time, just let me live my life in peace. My life in peace. Been broken a long time, don't remember the highlights of me. Highlights of me. Oh, please help me. Please go easy, easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy. Please go easy. Oh, please help. Please go easy. Go easy on me. So go easy.
know I said yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 of Yangon Galacticos vs. InterActive Philippines. IAP is up a point. And it looks like they're going to stick to the Morphling strategy, pick up the Tiny as well. As, yeah, the overlooked Monkey King might not be an issue this time around. As I'm looking at these drafts, although there is a Monkey, FYI, KSH back on the melee agility Ursa that he's great at. I don't believe the Timber Saw should be laid on that off lane, so pushing the Tiny on position 4, Ancient Apparition 5. And possibly a different mid lane would be the solution here, but we shall see.
10 seconds.
The Yangon Galacticos and InterActive Philippines having made up the roster. It's going to be the Magnus Ursa, which is a classic VP combo from all the way back in 2017, but it has been like a bit of a staple in Eastern Europe. Why not have it in other regions as well? Obviously, you know, it's due to the combination of Empower and good old Fury Swipes combined together. As the Void Spirit comes out, it is going to be Sagiri Baby on the Tiny, as predicted. With the Timber Saw on the offlane, I don't believe he is going to have a good time this time around. And of course, with young PH once again on the mid lane, he should have an easier time than with the Monkey King, not gonna lie. But it's still not gonna be a jolly old time, that's for sure. I think Yangon Galacticos have the better, I want to say better, more solid, yeah, let's just say more solid lineup in this case. But of course, InterActive Philippines have basically proven that they can get the better answer for positioning. One thing that's going to be kind of a problem for InterActive Philippines is the Tombstone, but Jet Baby can definitely get on top of those, as he did with the Morph in the previous game. So, yeah. With Skill A and, of course, JG, once again, on the focus of the Morphling and its HP. If they can basically replicate what they did with the Mars and the same Lion as last time, then it's going to be a different issue. Sorry for the late join into the draft. We had some technical problems on this side of the aisle, but yeah, with those resolved, let's get into game number 2 between InterActive Philippines and the Yangon Galacticos. Yeah, we were stuck on the pick screen for a usually long time. But yeah, good old Yatoro. Pretty decent dude in person as well.
Prepare yourselves for the main event.
GLHF indeed. Hate. Life.
Sweet as honey.
Definitely one of the best voice lines in the game. And of course, yeah, someone who plays the Undying a lot. One of the reasons why the little guy is sitting on my mic all the time. Yeah, the 4-man smoke approach coming through. Onto Rakusu, they could make the move, but it's more of a break than anything else. It looks like InterActive Philippines do want to go on the triple rune once again. Okay, SH is a little bit too far to actually make it into the rune.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
2-4-2 this time.
DOTA!
Balance as it should be. A bit of counter blocking. I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna have similar outcomes on Rakusu and Skille. A little kill here, a little kill there. Now, what I would be curious about is what is Lun gonna do? If he's just patient enough with his 2 strength heroes, he can definitely double decay, but the fact that he's only bringing out 1 mango is quite concerning for a fact.
Someone is blame.
Go for the early pull. As he's getting pushed under his tower, Sagiri. Going for the long way around in front of the Roche Pit. Thus, I don't believe a lane meet could be achieved. Doubling up for V is definitely going to happen. Despite Lun doing his best to just reposition the lane. Definitely something of a fact that Lun, Sagiri, and V can abuse. Is the Undying when the decay stacks are just not there on the hero, but Sagiri. First shock immediately after level 2. There's that toss back. As long as he has those decay charges, he's kind of safe. Be more patient with the double ups, but I don't think that will get you many points. As Jet Baby also needs to back off it just a bit for the heals and others. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Yona and Young PH. This time around, a more Pangolier favored matchup for Young PH, by the way. It's similar to Wildcard Gaming's RCY. Or former Wildcard Gaming's RCY. It's looking like a similar affair.
Radiant's courier makes the ultimate sacrifice. Dire's courier has been killed.
No, not former actually. Yeah, RCY is still on the Wildcard Gaming roster. I always forget who they changed. Was it the carry or was it the mid laner? Sorry for everyone involved. Yeah, RCY got his first recognition with his awesome Pangolier gameplays on many rosters, by the way.
Dire structures are fortified.
It's looking like Young PH is heavily preferring the hero himself. Yeah. Solid 50% win rate on the hero so far. On his end of the woods. On continuing the aggression against the Timber Saw. I don't know how well this will pay off. Toss back. Onto the bear. Sagiri. He's just looking to waste time as much as possible. Lun. And that second stick of the decay. As long as he has that, he should be fine. Need to unclog that small camp, but without the help of the Ursa, it's going to be a rough one. And constantly, V is looking to separate these waves as much as possible, as finally JG
Thanks and have fun.
gets that first blood with the help of Skille. You just gotta be a little bit how should I call it? You lose focus for 1 second, and I mean he's right up on top of you. Even though the cold feet will come through.
Someone lays blame.
One of the biggest mistakes on the morph. You don't have that attribute shift going towards strength. It's gonna hurt. And it's gonna hurt a lot. Yeah, interestingly enough, no deep wards this time around from YG just yet against Jet Baby. Morphling is catching up rather fast. Entry on Sentry taken. A 6-minute power rune only contested by 2 supports this time around. Tagiri. I missed the toss back opportunity. There's gonna be a regen rune up top. And PH with the take. Still don't get used to the pink sounds. Even after all these months of the release. Nice KSH. Going in for the jump. But with the cut down, they find the opportunity onto the Timber Saw and take it.
The dire scans.
JG will just camp out on the Shrine of Wisdom. Something InterActive Philppines was better at in the previous game. This time it is going to be YG taking over both. And PH left to his own vices on the mid lane. As with the Vitality Rune, they are looking to dive up top. Onto JG they go. They will take the Morphling as young PH takes his pound of flesh. Onto Yona he goes. How the Rolling Thunder ends. He could just break off. Not the best start for the Spirit Hero. That 8 minutes in, Yona and V are under 3,000 gold. There goes a shockwave as Yona find the kill on Lun. On the mid lane, young PH in the deep dive gets Rakusu. There's the counter kill. But Chakram, bit of counterplay from V. Look at D. Looking for the toss in, but out comes the Timber Chain on the other hand. Chakra still available. On it goes as KSH. Now suffer a bit of negative HP, but overall, the tiny breaking off, the lockdown onto the bear, it's just not there. No points in the adaptive strike. I don't think the Magnus should die. Unless there is backup arriving. Help Jed. And there's Yona. Let's bring a bit of damage. There is still. Of course, there is an impulse and astral step to get away. They are looking for the aggressive play onto KSH. Who's still holding on to one skill point. Chakram goes through and Rage is there. I don't think he's expecting backup anytime soon. There goes the Enrage. He tries to get away. As the Astral Remnant misses. It's a good escape from Divini Depu.
Scanning for enemies. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. There is little hope for Dire's
Two
middle
supports
tower.
sitting in the
Radiant
trees.
fortified their structures against attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Not even
under
seeing each other due to the vision. Although actually Rakusu does. Yep, he does. Here comes the double avalanches. Here comes Jet from the other side. They might take the tiny, but will they suffer more? Waveform onto the lion will be a good one. As young PH looking to roll out of here. A backwards motion with the swashbuckle. Good with the catches. It's a double RP. Young PH takes out the Appa as the cold feet will hit through. Here comes Yona. They will take the Pangolier for a ride as JG will also get the hit. But overall, a 2-for-1 exchange.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Fair, 2 for 2. Well, one of them being a core. On the side of InterActive Philippines, they will be happier with that back and forth. As at minute 12, we have 12 kills already.
Radiant have
The game is well underway.
against attack. Dire's top tower is in danger.
For a bit more excitement. As V is going for the road of Atos. JG moving in. 70 seconds until the RP, but does have a skewer. Run looking for the jump.
Bottom tower is in danger.
This KSH getting closer and closer to that Battle Fury.
Tower. Dire's top tower is no more. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Everyone basically almost hitting the 5,000 net worth mark, by the way, across the board.
Are scanning for enemies.
Great to see teams hitting their timings, but Rakusu might just get wrecked on the mid lane. Ping ping, ping a ping ping, ping a ping ping. As good catch onto Lun. Might just be the end of the Undying. It's a great cut down, but his team has already made it 2v and got cut down. Gets to cut down the timber saw. "13 minutes up as the second tier 1 tower falls on the side of InterActive Philippines. I don't believe Yangon Galacticos wants to back off from this one. He might just be forced to. MPH. Rather than one more right click from the tier 1. At least they still get it. Bit of a misstep by both teams as they're both ignoring the Shrines of Wisdom. The Lund does point it out. Jed is just farming in the quiet. Doesn't really look like he wants to compete. Vladimir's offering this time around as Skillet. Then cut down inside the trees. The aggression just doesn't stop. JG standing by if need be. Or just take the kill away from the Pangolier instead. A toss combo, Invis Rune coming out from the Tiny. Out goes the Sentry Ward just to keep up the contact on Sagiri. As the support exchange happens, kill potential's there. They need to slow down Yona just a little bit more as out comes a beautiful RP from JG. Yona is gone as Jet Baby with the counterplay onto Young PH. They'll need to back off, or do they? Out comes the Earth Spike. Skillay makes the intercept right on time. As Jet Baby doesn't turn back, as he should. The empowered Ursa is just too damn strong. Overall, still, most of the damage was done by Young PH, so credit to him, but yeah, with V not being able to respond just yet, it's gonna get rougher and rougher. Moving on to the Kaya. Gonna be a while before the Timbersaw can be tanky enough for this fight. As we are gonna get the Horn Toss Magnus back into play.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
On which to hoist them.
Go with the catch onto Young PH. Tries to roll out of the Ice Blast. The tree grab is not going to reach in time. The Pango lives to see another day. Into the pit goes Yangon Galacticos. And on perfect time as well. As they will take Roshan number 1 at minute 17. Can't really deny it. It is the perfect time for the bear to take the Roche. As of course that then opens up the top part of the map, giving you the ample opportunity to set up for Tormentor number 1. Will spawn in about 4 minutes. They can just transition with the teleport. When you shove that one lane, you can then start working on the bottom as well. Yangon Galacticos doing their very, very best to just keep up the control on the mid lane. After all, they do have an almost full HP tier 1 tower. Smoke up attempt could happen. 30 seconds until the next power rune. I don't think YG want to wait that long. They see the smoke break. They see the ancient apparition.
Killing spree.
And it's just a massacre with the blink dagger. An empty triangle is all they find. As Jed. Now done with the Mantis style. We'll move on to Dragonlance and Butterfly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yona. I now finish the Aghanim Scepter. The 2-second silence will definitely be something YG should take account for when jumping on in the Void Spirit. Yeah, generally the 345 move speed is just too much to handle as he goes in for the play. Good with a pull that will break the Aegis. But JG Going for the skewer back. It's not going to happen this time. They blink and get the distance off. And PH looking for the counterplay, but InterActive Philippines, they're not going to be greedy this time. It's looking like we're cooking a 5v5 here. As V goes in, Yona with the follow-up. There's the silence as the Flesh Golem will protect Lund for a little bit. But is it going to be enough? Avatos combo coming out from Sagiri as they're just setting up a triple quadruple over here. 4 dead on the side of Yangon Galacticos in a blink of an eye. You'd think that the tombstone would last a little longer, but they just rip it apart so damn fast. With all of them there. As soon as that Aegis broke, maybe Yangon should have just backed off, cut their losses. And just cut out waves on 2 other fronts, but they thought they could take over the fight with the RP, but they never had the opportunity to go for it. Be giving away too much information, and that 2-second silence was more than enough to take out at least 2 people on the enemy side. As Jed's moving over to the butterfly. He's significantly speeding up the tempo this time around as Yangon going back to their old smoky ways. And there it goes. They're gonna find Yona as the double avalanche is gonna cut them off. Out comes the ice blast. It gets one as young PH locked in place, silenced once again. Here comes Jed from the other way around. Shield crash for the roll up. We'll get it. The Thunder's out of here, as no one actually dies due to that skirmish. There's gonna be Skillay trying to jump in onto the Wisdom Rune at the end there. As the TP is gonna be broken by the Yules, Rekusu. Gonna sit and tie the contest. And give her the Trident Wisdom to the Timber Saw. InterActive Philippines back on the proverbial horse, trying to turn back the status quo of the game the way it was on the same time previously. Despite them being behind in terms of objectives, they are looking to just get back those team wipes the Yangon Galacticos slapped them with in the previous game. It's looking a bit more solid on their approach this time around, as I say. The Horn-tossed Morphling goes down. Yangon Galacticos will want to look for more. JG jumping in, but could have been a mistake. KSH going for the back as the RP is just flawless from JG this time. It's going to be more than enough for the catch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Back up top. The action does not stop. Ice Blast. Moving it onto the Lion as it's mutual destruction for Skillay and Rekusu.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Yeah, who does not like good old support fight of the year? Well, the Deep Observer wards put down by the Ancient Apparition are still going to be a nuisance that Yangon Galacticos should start becoming aware of.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, basically all this extra information that InterActive Philippines have gathered from the map previously as well have given them the opportunity for these aggressive positionings. As they sweeten the score in terms of the objectives, would once again fall into the habit where the two teams farm the enemies' jungles for as long as we can tell. A few more seconds though and we will have Roshan number 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
KSH, well aware of this fact, they will leave Lun inside the pit.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Young PH coming around, Ice Blast. Not gonna find anything.
Is under attack.
5-man smoke up from Yangon Galacticos could be dangerous. InterActive Philippines holding on to the siege for now. I'm gonna look. Do they have a smoke on anyone? That would be negative on that. They will go for the tier 2, farthest from the Roshan pit. And thinking that with Roshan up, Yangon Galacticos are going to focus on that. They will be taking objectives in the meantime. Tier 3 force? I don't think so. Just take the other tier 2. They're not coming back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And even if they are, you can fight them. As Roshan screams, InterActive Philippines' suspicions are fulfilled. In goes the Ice Blast. Hits 3.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But the road is just way too long to the Roche pit. Not to Mordor, mind you. Just the Roche pit. JG, Lun, PH, they're all just stuck on this high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
InterActive Philippines looking but not finding. It's looking like a rough situation. The dying zombies start ripping into Roche. It's KSH jumping out enraged. We'll get tossed back. Out goes the Avalanche in with the BKB. Young PH rolling on to the back line as KSH getting in a rougher and rougher situation. The finger tiny will go down as V will find the perfect whirling death and explodes with the Aghanim passive. Lun holding on to dear life, but eventually his zombies won't handle this at all either. In the air is the Simba, as that it's going to be number 4 taken out on the side of Yangon Galacticos. InterActive Philippines just have the better information, the better position. And they are just not scared of letting Yangon Galacticos know about it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Right click, right click, right click, right click. As eventually,
Scanning for enemies.
as previously mentioned, Yangon Galacticos will get back
Dire's
on
bottom
that
tower
proverbial
is
horse.
under attack.
Despite Roshan wanting taking from them and the algorithm saying that they're on the lost side of things. Double chakrammed. Undying. It's just about to fall. Aw shit, here we go again. Goodbye. A little bit of focus on to the Timber Saw. Good Hex. Mana, drain him to death. As Sagiri looks for the cutoff. V
Killing spree.
does not have much, but will move forward with the rest of his mana. Sorin coming through. The Timbersaw still manages to kill 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I restore.
Yoda. They find KSH. They look to lock him in, but young PH and JG instantly with their reaction. They will take the Ancient Apparition as compensation for this. But yeah, Yangon Galacticos just refuse to go up on this game just yet. They still have the combo, they just need good RPs. That's Judd.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Pushing him forward all alone. He does have the Aegis. It could be a good opportunity for InterActive Philppines to get onto the high ground, as the rest of Yangon Galacticos actually want a gun for the Tormentor. Nice blast, looking for something.
The radiant glyph is now active.
This Radiant Glyph not really telling the boys much. There goes the avalanche onto the back. They will take out young PH. Onto Judd they go. There is buyback available on the Pangolier as the RP comes through. They are holding on to the morph pretty well. But Jed, surviving with a sliver of HP, will make it out with the waveform. In they go, forward, forward. V looking to contact onto the bear, but will lose it as the Tombstone's starting to do work. The Skewer back onto the Timber along with the Earth Spike. They will keep him there. And for a tier 3 tower, they will take the Aegis and a life. Bit of an expensive ass sacrifice if you ask me, but Yangon Galacticos, it might just be worth it. They can start taking tier 2s for this. That is definitely a give.
Scanning for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Once again, InterActive Philppines just a tad bit split for my liking. They are looking to keep up the split push here. That was a weird Ice Blast coming out from Rekusu, but maybe he was searching for something. Could have been misclicked and he's like, yeah, let's just get it off cooldown if I fucked up. That's what I usually say when I misclick. There's no point in delaying and crying. You just take notice. Don't have ultimate for a minute. You know, I'm looking for the second to simulate ring as JG and the boys. Looking for the catch. Okay, Shades just wants to bash someone, anyone at this point. Just need one good RP play. The chorus of pings on the mid lane as V shows up. There's the horn toss. They put the Yules on the Magnus. But out comes the BKB. He's not looking to be frozen as JG. You need to keep off the Timber from the Ursa. But where is the bear actually? Here comes KSH onto Jed. They will find the Morph. The first big kill as Yona tries to run away onto Skill Lab. He goes and they will find the Lion, but the block back. It's not going to be enough. Young PH goes down. JG holding on to that RP. Like you hold on to dear life. That's a 3v4 now. They do manage to get the Morphling kill, but it might not be enough. Oh, Catapult's gone as all eyes on the Magnus.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
JG kind of scared to react to the mid aggression. Is quite understandable. Double catapults coming in and InterActive Philippines not forcing the issue. I've yet to see what game plan they're trying to figure out here. Yeah, looks like Kale, the usual issue.
Oh, you see this? You see? Oh, this is what I've always wanted. Oh, I'm so happy.
They could keep up this aggression on Yangon Galacticos, though. There's ample opportunity to just keep on killing the Morphling and forcing InterActive Philippines to retreat. But yeah, with the RP not used, I actually take back my aggressive approach. The game back. Cannot make that approach without the RP going out on just two people. They're kind of screwed. Yeah, just causing chaos on the map so that KSH can go in along with young PH. Get that kill on the Morph. And you're basically going to be happy with the interaction. Let's see, Roshan should be up soon enough. Yeah, there's the ticker. Not long now.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
I gather no.
Amplified damage rune in the river, but neither team sees it.
Radiant are scanning for
It's
enemies.
just totally ignored by both of them. Roshan's back in the land of the living. See the rune, they will take it. So that taken, a jump in. Onto the Tiny. The E-Blade will protect him for now. Ghost Scepter, yeah, no. I'll just say E-Blade out of reflex. They go a little bit deeper to simulate. Yona reveals a lot as they find Lun. Utter chaos as V tries to keep up the contact on the Ursa. KSH at half HP. No more enrage on the Bears. KSH dies. And JG just does not find the angle for a good RP. With Lund back in the land of the living, the Hexdown Magnus has nothing to do than to die. They're just playing with their food at this point. And with the Magnus gone, Jed just continues his aggression. On to Lund they go. And that will be the second time of death in a row. PH is cutting waves, but eventually gonna get caught. Here's V. That Hex appears to be too useful, as that will be the team wipe InterActive Philippines have been looking for. It's around 5,000 gold in the bag, and they will just open up the mid lane like a can of sardines.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Continuous cutting and killing.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
I don't think much will survive any of this. But almost 2 sets of tier 3s and racks gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
InterActive Philippines just need one more kill for the perfect scoreboard. 31 to 22. At the 40th minute mark. It's Yangon Galacticos. This might just be their last chance of making a good RP play. It's not easy with the Yule Scepters and the good catches. Here comes a good catch. A 2-man RP is what they gotta be satisfied with. It's still gonna be 2 kills. They need to give up the Aegis for it. But it is a 5v3 fight. They miss out on the Ancient Apparition as InterActive Philippines back off. But an RP was finally used. The 4K net worthly turn in favor of the Radiant side. Lund sticking on the lookout. Akusu has become an issue. The Ancient Apparition finds the Lion. They cut into pieces. And Skille is gone. V pushing forward. In with the catch. The lockdown TP opportunity will be taken. JG. Horn toss into the play. No Ice Blast for 17. Only managed to tickle the Timber Saw after all that.
Dire's top tower is sweet.
And a refresher orb almost done on the Magnus. That's basically. And Yangon Galacticos have a trump card. They gotta use it. A bit of caution.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is no more. Radiant's top tower is no more.
Here it comes. The 5-man push on the top lane. The banner out. And Jet Baby being the artillery cannon that you want. Fortification on fortification. Isn't leading to much. The Aether Remnants protecting the Morph, but here comes the Horn Toss. Good with the play. They will get the Aegis. Ice Blast coming through, getting the Magnus. But they will look for the Chain Stun. The RP is good. The second RP is better. As they are looking to Shockwave, skewer in at least the Morph. Jet is gone. But Yona, Asugiri is going to try and hold on to them. V activating the Aghanim Scepter. He's looking to back off. Is JG from a wrong range. They're trying to pick up the Shockwave. Find the damage is there. With the 2 cores empowered, JG, all he needs to do is keep people under control. As KSH, a young PH, will take care of the work. Oh, Sagiri. Better run, my friend. That's 6 seconds until TP. Yangon Galacticos, this time they will turn 7,000 gold in their favor. Yeah, do keep in mind though, Yangon Galacticos can only do this trick every 3 minutes or so. Double RP is a huge commitment from the Radiant side. But they are looking to turn this into objectives. Fortification forced. Sadly, no buybacks in their favor.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
As we are looking to surpass the previous game's timing. Unless InterActive Philippines can look for this pick-off. There's still a minute window before the big card of YG. Here it comes, Yona with the approach, instantly onto the Undying. Lun looking rather low. Hex down, held on to as the Chakram. And the Whirling Deaths will blow him up. Buyback available on the Undying, as it is on everyone on the Radiant except for young PH. Have a toss combo onto the Lion, but the Aeon Disc will proc. Skillay lives. Ten more seconds until the double RP, and InterActive Philippines should be aware of that. Yes, here comes the Assimilate. Kicks down, push back.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
As Jet focuses up, here comes the Horn Toss. On to Jet they go. 1 RP is out, but there's a second one. JG. Maybe with the information of young PH they can go for the second, but the Filipinos will back off.
Go!
33 to 29. InterActive Philippines, they gotta be cautious. They are taking the base apart building by building, but they are sacrificing a lot of Jet's net worth for this. As for the first time in a long time, KSH is on the top of the net worth chart with the Ursa.
It's okay. I give them a head start.
Radiant's bottom barracks
These small victories, relatively small victories, YG,
scanning for enemies.
could just be enough
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
to finish off the high ground of InterActive Philippines. Could try and go for the force of the fortification, or the tier 3 on top of that.
Top tower is
As KSH commits, 22 seconds until the Morphling is back. They want to get more. As Sagiri mess up the toss, in comes the horn play instead. Finger of Death out onto the Tiny. As Lun, they find the control, out comes the Apparition ultimate. But will it be enough to set up a big of a kill for Yuna? It doesn't seem like it as the Earth Spike comes through. JG finds another 2. Served on a platter for KSH as Lun will get cut down. But the tombstone turnaround onto Jed could be bad. 2 tombstones to handle as Jed backs off with the waveform. It's not a good proc, because neither is the horn toss. That is a bit of an overcommit from the Magnus, as they will take him down. V and the others looking for a turnaround as Lun. Cut down to size. The double buyback from InterActive Philippines will be enough. They find the tombstones, cut them down.
Are scanning for enemies.
Yeah. I was looking at that Undying, like, was that a dieback? But I did not remember him buying back. I was correct. He did spend his money on an item to be finished. As huge find on young PH, InterActive Philippines. Take back a semblance of control in the game. But both dead cores have buybacks here as Jed. That might have been the overextension, but I don't think KSH will find the control, but he looks to have it. The Abyssal Blade will be committed for this. What? The Satanic is looking to go down. The Hurricane Pike is going to separate them. And it's going to be all 3 cores dead on Yangon Galacticos. 3 buybacks available as only 2 racks stand. Or are they holding out for the tier 4s now? Buyback from the Pango. Not much time remaining. As the Ursa will be committed as well, but the Magnus, they will go for it. 20 seconds remain in it though. Escalade looking extremely low, saved by the tombstone, but let's focus on Jed. That's all that matters. The Morphling needs to die, as Jed will go down for 100. Horn toss back on to Sagiri. As all they will sacrifice for this is the Lion and no buildings. Skele finding the Void, holding on to him. That will be the team wipe, as 4 buybacks committed by the Radiant for this. They want it so bad, and they will get it. Find him with your spike and shut down Yona. 2 stand potentially on the InterActive Philippines side, but the way to the Dire base is long. The melee racks can be healed. Just kill all them creeps. SKSH was just getting pummeled by Roshan. But eventually, the bear will force out the goods. Banner left behind.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And young PH having a refresher. Everyone having a refresher. Remains to be seen who gets the last one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Away. To gather up the rest of the gold. Only the Undying and the Morphling have their buybacks remain. SKSH up on the high ground, taking their second tier 3 tower. They are looking to force out the last fortification. With the Void Spirit not being back for 40 seconds. This is a narrow opportunity for YG. JG going deep with a Shadow Blade. Deeper and deeper positioning. As with 2 sets of racks taken. Yangon Galacticos. Getting closer and closer to evening up the series. Tight score, as this 5k net worth lead is just not worth anything at this point. And with a 5-man smoke up, this could be disaster. This could be deciding for both of them. KSH, gotta get jumped on, but that's just Aegis. In goes young PH, along with a beautiful RP from JG. He can just refresh it if he needs to, but with KSH coming back into the play, Jed's just gone. RP number 2, it rips them to pieces. Yona trying to jump away as much as possible, but young PH going for roll number 2. Taunt me all you want. I'm just gonna roll on you. Jed buying back as a one last-ditch effort for the defense, but the Earth Spike connects. Yona is gone, and it's only the Morphling against the 5. Yangon Galacticos. What fashion. Can you turn games around? But the power of the Radiant, I guess. Or the power of the Magnus Ursa. Here comes the Horn Toss. Here comes the play. Jed might play a little bit more with his food. But after the 2 Ursas fight it out, it's just gonna be the connection of the Cocaine Bear. GG, well played is called. That's 43-40. Yangon Galacticos trailing in the mid-game, but eventually shutting it down with a double RP. These are the series we love to cast, that's for sure. As we are going to go for a game number 3, both games over the 35-minute mark, which is the average duration of games right now. Huge gameplay, by the way, from both of these teams. Yeah, InterActive Philippines were kind of forced into pushing and getting onto that position. But where was the good positioning? I guess maybe the Timber Saw being countered by the Ursa eventually, once the items came back around, and of course the Swift Blink was a huge asset for KSH. You might not think that that little bit of agility and that little bit of bonus that you get from the active of the Swift Blink would be enough, but that was basically one of the biggest difference makers. And yeah, JG finally getting that BKB, and the Refresher Orb was basically the card that turned the game around, and ever since they gained that, they just never let go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our last break of the day. Let's see what happens in game number 3. We'll be right back with Yangon Galacticos versus InterActive Philippines with game number 3.
Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy, easy on me. Go easy on me. Go easy on me. Easy on me. Don't give me a hard time, just let me live my life in peace. My life in peace. Been broken a long time, don't remember the highlights of me. Highlights of me. Oh, please help me. Please go easy, easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy. Please go easy. Oh, please help. Please go easy. Go easy on me. So go easy.
know I said just
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo!
Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Go baby,
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrow, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you. Come closer. Nine and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know what's different? Say something. You know what's different? Just
Oh, man, you need
suggest. You know I suggest. You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
You are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. When we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. You are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day.
I'ma cock my 9 and I'ma kill a mother.
Mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3 here with InterActive Philippines versus Yangon Galacticos. My name is DOTA2. We are at the last game of the day. It's looking to be a rough affair here at European Pro League Season 6 in the group stage, deep and deep. Neither of these teams have won a series so far, thus is the motivation, I guess, as well. But a lot of the previous 2 games as heroes are being banned left and right, with the Undying, the Pangolier, the Monkey King, and the Ancient Apparition also falling victim of the bans. But
10 seconds.
We do have a little bit of a busting out of the Terrorblade coming in on the InterActive Philippines side. Let's see KSH's answers. So far, they're going to go for the Darkseer and the Kunkka, which does kind of indicate that the Kunkka will be on the mid lane of all places. With the Doom rather certainly going in to the off lane. With mid laners missing on both sides though, Spirits and Puck and Queen of Pain come to mind with these combinations. Most likely with the Darkseer, you would rather go for the Sonic Wave or just the double Sleight of Fist. Of course, is always great on the Ember Spirit itself. Yeah, double impact, of course, is what you want to kind of go for. If that's the case, Storm not really fitting with the YG lineup, and of course there's the Kunkka, so you'd rather have the Kunkka on the mid lane and then go for a carry that can out tempo the Terrorblade, kind of forcing KSH to play the Morphling himself. But I wouldn't be surprised if InterActive Philippines just take it off the board, and don't really expect KSH to actually go for the skitter out of putting the Kunkka in the carry position. To be fair, it's not the most complicated build. We've seen it over the years a few times, be in the position 1. Attack speed is usually the issue you have, but you can follow that up with Solar Crest and other dumb strategies, of course, on the safe lane. Well, yeah. It's looking like we're about to find out what InterActive Philippines wants to ban one way or another, so in 10 seconds or so, it's going to be decided.
It is Radiant's ban.
They banned the DK,
It is Dire.
which is one of the heroes I was thinking of, especially for YG against the Doom. They followed up with the Tiny, leaving the Morph in the pool. Basically an open invitation for KSH to bring out the hero.
10 seconds remain.
Was not unfamiliar with it, but it's kind of a diss as well, since KSH has a 46% win rate on the hero, 15 losses and 13 wins according to Cyberscore.live. For team stats, minute stats, all the stats and more, check out our partner site Cyberscore, Cyberscore.live, link in the description down there. And obviously, yeah, if you're not that great on a meta hero, teams are gonna diss you about that for sure. But it's also an open invitation to prove yourself. With the Clockwork, it's a decent laning stage as well. But if you just don't like the given meta hero, you're gonna do your best to avoid it as a carry as much as possible. You'd rather stick to your strengths. And obviously, even with the balance patches and the big changes, heroes don't tend to change as big as you'd expect them. And then a Razor coming through, more of a Crystallis approach to the game. Take away the damage of the TB. What does the TB do? Nothing against me. There are no strings on me. Although, of course, Razor is not a puppet of the lightning. He's just channeling it through himself. But there's that Queen of Pain we've been talking about, especially on the other side of the ring. Not what I would expect, but a great escape. Of course, with the Puck being banned, kind of the more the next logical choice. I would have expected Ember Spirit, personally, but with the possibility of just blinking away from the X mark the spot once you're being pulled back, it looks like the more optimal choice for InterActive Philippines. But yeah, definitely an interesting approach to the game, that is. I'll be curious to see how InterActive Philippines managed to lay it out. But yeah, so far so good on the predictions. I think I'm gonna lay in and 10 toes down, put in InterActive Philippines as the potential winner, in my humble opinion. But obviously, never take my opinion to the bank. I've been wrong today, but that's a rare sight to see, especially in 739. Although, to be fair, nothing can be wrong or worse than my 738 predictions. Those are by far the worst. But, yeah. What's a little bit interesting is that the Shadow Shaman is actually not going into the position 4. Sagiri Baby is taking the Jakiro. So it could be the Doom 3 and Jakiro 4 on the off lane. I will be curious if InterActive Philippines actually commit to that position switch. Or where we're actually going to see the Jakiro is rather the question in my head. But obviously, anything is possible in Dota. Of course, hey Steph, what the hell, Sagiri? What kind of insult is that? Yeah, it is looking like they're committing to the Shaman 5 and the Jakiro 4. I don't think the smoke was seen, per se.
30 seconds to battle.
It's a 5-man wraparound coming through from Yangon Galacticos. We're risking a lot for this approach. Well, Yona, reading the enemy's positioning like a book. More than likely secure rune number 3? What? JG just walks in. Weirdest rune back and forth in the history of Dota, Sagiri. Will be offered as first blood for young PH.
Just achieved first blood. Thanks and have fun.
And here come the sharks.
Blink forced out on the Queen of Pain. As Yona's laning stage just got weird. Could steal, even up, or sweeten the pot.
No gold for you.
Or another bounty rune, but honestly, I'd just be a little bit mad. And also having to use one of my tangos instantly. Yes. Now comes the level 1 Bramble Mace from Skille. Just basically the nuke spells of both heroes. They're gonna be massively annoying for both of these cores. As of course, Jet Baby. I need to be most careful with when he wants to use Metamorphosis, seeing as Bramble Maze will be also a bit of a distraction. My room was eventually picked up by Yona, by the way. It is refreshing to see young PH finally be on a different hero. But of course, Lun also switching to something different is not bad, as the power cogs do lock in Sagiri and V a little bit. And with KSH having that extra 26 damage, this could turn rough for him pretty soon. But yeah. Jet turning things around with a metamorphosis, walking around the brambles. Not really disturbing themselves, leaving JG catch up just a bit on the lane. Which is generally going to be rough for the Darkseer. With the double block, they are looking to just shut down any opportunities for a cross pull.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, despite that, it's when you counter turn, especially up top, where KSH and V both take out the enemy supports. I'm still more interested in the Shaman lane. Because of course the good old chicken fingers facet will definitely be a pain in the butt for JG and Skillet. Battle Realm right click, securing the ranged. As Rakusu getting to the shackle. Eventually be brambled. I don't know if you can delay that crossbow over there, Rakusu. With the catch. Denying the ranged. And yeah, the tip goes through valiantly. Of course, the small camp held up the most important creep in the lane. They're not going to be mad about this one. 4 minutes and already 4 kills. Reflection coming through. Rakusu looking for the shackle. As he will make the catch onto the Darkseer. Yeah, the eventual damage coming through though is quite annoying. This JG did not commit a point in the vacuum or the surge just yet. There's an extra skill point just protecting them. I will be curious to see what he commits it to eventually, though. As Metamorphosis is up on the TB soon enough. With a reflection. On the chicken fingers, the chase continues. The back and forth up top just doesn't want to end. 55 damage taken by from the Doom as V turns around with the Scorched Earth. They will get the kill. It's Sagiri. KSH just falling behind with the Razor. Dual Breath V. Looking for a catch, but I don't think it's happening. Cost Radiant range creep secured by Skillet. As with the chicken fingers, once again, rather early in the lane. Sucking up the mana as fast as possible.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Yeah, with Rakusu not here. Of course, JG's calling for an attack. They want to go on the TB and they want to go on the TB hard. Metamorphosis with the reaction. Reflection giving up a division and a bit of aggression. It's a DD rune for Lun, of all people. Easy walk for Yona as Rakusu joins in up top. They will take out KSH along with his courier. And with the liquid fire. A little bit of the attack slow. Again, Rakusu are welcome to keep on pushing the tier 1. The Metamorphosis is over on the TB though.
The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
think InterActive Philippines should be aware of what's going on soon as Ghost Ship turnaround with young PH. PSH gets his pound of flesh. Neck and neck once again as we turn to minute 7. That out of the way, we have a Sonic Wave. Go through onto Skillet. Yona came in for a gank and he's not going to leave empty-handed. Rakusu standing by. It's JG. Gonna eat the chicken fingers. Here comes the TP. Lun with the wrap as Yona pauses in. It's looking to be a rough one. Oh, there's that disconnection. There's someone at the door of the Queen of Pain. To be fair, ever since Corona, we've had the weirdest pauses in online tournaments. Dog, pizza. Why not a package? Sakura could definitely throw in a dual breath in there. And pinging it through doesn't really help though. Reflection on top of that. Although definitely Jed Baby should keep his distance. A vacuum into that power cogs would be a bad time for the TB. Zona's back in play. Let's see what actually happens in the cogs. Goes the dual breath. He tried to make the break for it, but yeah, even the passive is just not gonna help out.
Illusion.
Worthy tribute.
V casually going for a drone endurance and Midas build, but he does have the Devil's Bargain.
The dire scan on the hunt for radiant forces.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The dire scan. Good find on Jed. Let's see if they can kill the TB. I'd say more than likely it is possible, but they don't dive deep enough as in comes Yona and the whole Kabuko. Great reaction as Skillet denies Lund due to the Shadow Strike. Let's see the Scream of Pain as a dual breath just misses the Willow. Oh, look at Fire, look at Frost. Or whichever one it hits. Skillet, that is a good kill.
Radiant should look to their top tower.
Well, meanwhile, of course, up top, the Doom also died. JG wants to continue the play. Here comes the wall of replica. But with the Sunder, Jed lives to see a little more. But here comes the ghost ship and the collapse. Young G takes the kill. That's Sagiri. Dies to Skille at the end. The back and forth continues. We have 15 kills in just under 10 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. The radiant glyph is now
A bit of an oldie but a goodie build on Yona. Back in the day, the Blade Mail was the interim item for intelligence casting heroes. This time around, I don't know what would make you think that you're tanky enough with a Queen of Pain to survive this, but maybe into young PH's little abilities, it could be an interesting idea. With a foul play, not really helping out, and the dual breath, rather making the enemy aggravated than anything else. It's a great catch along with the Admiral Rum gone. V will take a little bit of revenge, but they will punish Lucifer for his crimes. As even with the Drums of Endurance, it's looking like a rough run. Scorched Earth back and the turn onto Lun. Another Scream of Pain hits. Rakusu just wanting to get some vision as Yona. But she goes in for the Blink W combo. Great play from V, especially due to the fact that he survived all that crap. As Jed should watch out. There are enemies nearby. Giving up your tier 1 like that might not be the best result though. As a ghost ship play onto the Shaman. Rakusu. Living on the edge, but with the foul play coming through, Lund just looking to connect with the battery assault will be successful. The Macropire is not enough to break off KSH as Lund gets the double kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna stack it for themselves.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
At that stage of play where Yangon Galacticos can afford to be a bit more aggressive. I'll be surprised if KSH goes for the SNY build.
As you wish.
It's looking like Yona's Blade Mail will be arriving shortly.
Dire's middle tower is under
Lun?
Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Good with the catch. Out comes the Bramble. Hook shot. I heard it, but I didn't see it. I think Lund messed up on that one. As the Doom went out on the Willow, it looks like V will be the first one to fall, but the Macropire cuts through the Dire as Yona will find his Sonic Wave angle onto JG. Lun on the run as the Terrorize comes through. The Quap is getting pinballed around the SMAP. Young PH looking for the X, will find it on Sagiri. And with the Torrent being just a tad bit late, I don't know if they will find the Jakiro, but yes, KSH still sitting down just enough with the Plasma Field so that they can take it. 15 to 10, Yangon Galacticos are turning the tide in their favor. Despite them once again giving up the ever so important mid-tower objective, they find control.
Dire should look to their top tower.
14 minutes in. It's looking like Yangon Galacticos is averaging at least a kill a minute. The Manta style also almost done on Jed Baby. This farm should accelerate soon. SKSH. Wanted to finish out the Mjolnir first, interestingly enough. He could very well sell all his iron branches. I don't really understand why he's so adamant about keeping all of those. I mean, just those extra stats. Oh, he's believing will gain him the upper hand. When I used to coach carries, I always told them just never have like a super cluttered inventory. You'd rather have those extra 2 slots in there to rotate items out so that you can just pick up the Aegis. Although eventually people just start throwing things out of their inventories, like Mantles of Intelligence, even full bracers eventually, just to pick up that Aegis. Yeah, not that big of a gold loss, they say. On the other hand, Rikusu
Should look to their middle tower.
doing their best just to keep up the pressure on that mid lane. Catapult could get the job done as the Macropire burns off the creeps. MPH committing to the tower, as it doesn't look like InterActive Philippines wants to react to any of this. PG. Can't move on the Quap just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's Guardian Greaves. The usual item on the hero is just not going to come out. Oh, switch to a poor man's shield. Wait, what? Roshan committed by InterActive Philippines. I didn't even notice it. But it looks like V is going to get the first Aegis of the game. A Doom without blink. They're gunning for the Midas as the hook shot hits onto the back line. V. They will need to commit a lot to get this. Sagiri. Rise to the plasma field. Jed is not going to risk anything. Aegis gone. And with young PH doomed, they are diving deep for this one. As Yona is also arriving. If they can get the vision for the Queen of Pain to jump in here, that could be huge. Byakusu, they're looking for the angle. Yona will wait for the ghost ship to go over, as they will sacrifice V for this play. The Sunder, still available, is not going to help out anyone. Jed. Whatever force is over, you should just back off with the Demon Zeal Throne. They're just throwing in the Shaman into the thick of everything. Jed is going to manage to get the Sunder turnaround onto the Darkseer, as the rest of the enemy team is just getting ripped apart. Hook shot dodged by Sagiri, but here comes Skilloy. He's just gonna lay his hands on with the Shadow Realm. And send the Jakiro into the zone. The spell is named after her. The Shadow Realm.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Yona going for the Sanjay and Kaya. Kind of a staple for casting heroes. That extra HP is always good, but of course not all Sanj components getting the stat res now. SNY is always worth an argument. As with the vacuum pull, V instantly react. Stop the teleportation of the Willow. And even commit the Doom on Skillet.
Radiant should know
Last Serpent Wards on the bottom tier 1.
should look to their bottom tower.
As Young PH and the rest of the Yangon Galacticos are going to be looking to push up the top lane and find Jet Baby once more. As the X lands along with the wall of replica, the pullback, and the ghost ship. Jet is gone as Yona almost going for the Sonic Wave onto the Razor. Not much HP stolen from him. It's a bit of a sleight of hero trick as well from InterActive Philippines, as they will take all 3 tier 1 towers. But of course, Yangon Galacticos, not ashamed. We'll go for the counter.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As up top, minute 21. There's a Macropire cutoff. As JG tries to sit the Wisdom Rune. Will be even successful at it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Yangon Galacticos keeps up with a 1 minute per kill. 1 kill per minute, specifically. That demand just doesn't want to stop. Yoda. Again, just right on time from the wave. The Philippines better catch up, and knowing full well that the hook shot could come through from Lun. I think it's a good call that Yoda keeps away. The Agnum Scepter is almost done on a Quap. I'm just gonna have the jetpack clockwork in the fray. The first Tormy. Still a curious question though, if KSH. He's gonna prioritize what he's gonna prioritize after the SNY is done. The Yasha component's already on the way. Assange is also in the queue. The fact that he didn't really use his BKB just yet, proving to be that YG is planning something sinister. Few minutes of uneventful banter back and forth. YG. They're making their intentions clear, and it looks like InterActive Philippines have no problem following it up. As the Masked Serpent wards are going to be committed up top. Or on the bottom. It's actually time for YG to move up top.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the catch finally happens outside the Roche pit, but up top we also have a bit of a fight back and forth. Accuracy being chased off away from his own territories. He getting his pants caught down. But yeah, it looks like the intermission, or a little bit of a break, didn't really help InterActive Philippines. They are scribbling on the map extremely furiously. Pull back on Sagiri. AG coming over, and he does have an amplified damage rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Delay. A little bit of Shadow Realm. There's still that Yules that is really annoying from him. X jump, a lot of commitments onto the clockwork. A bit of back pay for the previous kill on Lucifer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, Yangon Galacticos is slowly convincing the Gaben Graph for it to support them instead of the Radiant side. But we've been here before. In game number 1.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
In PH with a Sanjan Yasha of his own. And KSH is slowly but surely about to be finished. Stat res against the Doom about to be complete, and the over-aggression can continue as KSH. That is why you'd rather have the item, I guess, as young PH on the run. Actually make it. Control, control, control.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under
A bit more control. They do find Skille.
Dire's courier has been killed. Someone lays blame.
Jedbay is already transitioning to the Scotty. All items which could be useful as young PH pulls himself back with the X. Much to worry about, and he's about to get a BKB as well. Roshan number 2. And I'm quite curious who's going to be the one to pick it up this time. As rocket flares give away the position and the intent of the Radiant side. Yeah. InterActive Philppines just backing up a little bit into the triangle. Of course, with the ghost ship, vacuum, wall of replica, and everything you can imagine up, YG go on the aggressive. Rekusu breaking smokes and breaking ankles as the hook shot misses. YG are free to pursue Roshan, but I wouldn't say that they have the best means for it. Nevertheless, they are going to give it the old college try. It's just that when you have Sagiri on the map, a Macropire inside that pit could hurt. One's cogs in the machine as 1/3 HP left on Roshan. It's going to be a bit troublesome. Out come the Brambles on the other side. Out comes the Doom onto the DS. Mass Serpent Warrior from the others. Rakusu coming through as the Ice Path lands, but the Macropire does not come out, or actually it does from the Jakiro, but not inside the pit as Yona. They're just suffering through the damage as KSH did manage to pick up the Aegis, but the rest of his team is just gone. Shackled in place, the Razor is dead.
Ultra kill.
The attacks from the right and the Doom from the left. It's an ultra kill streak for Jed. Fly like a Terrorblade, sting like a Doom. That's the children rhyme you should be teaching our kids from now on. As the metamorphosis ends, so continues the Demon Zeal. There's Jed. Not even concerned about the right click coming out from Skille. Almost gonna get the tier 3 tower gone. All of Replica, Manta, Hurricane Pike. It just continues the onslaught. Only 42 HP remains on the tier 3 tower. 22 to 25. A 5K net worth lead. In favor of InterActive Philippines for a long time. To be fair, YG were kind of wiped up from the floor. So it's going to be interesting for me to see if YG can manage to turn this one. The ice path goes through. It doesn't really hit much, but it's still there. There's a GG boots on the Jakiro. There's no Guardian Greaves on anyone on the Dire side. It's not looking super solid from YG, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there's young PH. Good with the Torrent. Nice with the X. Perfect with the hook shot. They just shut it down with skill A. Gonna force out reactions into the mid tier 2. The rest of InterActive Philippines is just adamant about continuing the top lane. And that tower gone as well. There are multiple approaches for InterActive Philippines now. MG continues the siege.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is the Tiebringer. Jed, all he truly needs to do is just send one illusion down onto the mid tower. Or he's just smart enough just sending the conjured images to the tier 3. And I'm feeling more and more the Yangon Galacticos are gonna be in a bit of trouble soon with the TB reaching its power spike. I don't think they have any answers to Jet. Yeah, you can say that the Tiebringer's there, Plasma Field, but overall just the sheer amount of damage that the TB does with its backup entourage is kind of something you can't ignore. Jed, almost done with the full BKB, is down bottom. Have a good catch onto Lund. A bit of reflection on the damage, but well, it's going to be a 5 for 5. The bottom position pressure from InterActive Philippines is going to be proving to be soon to be too much to bear.
There will be screaming.
Bayless up in the queue. No butterfly this time. Not even necessary, according to the TB. All he needs is extra damage so he can kill the Razor faster. And that's the less damage he's going to lose. As there's only one outer tower remaining on this map. It is going to be the mid lane tower, the Radiant. Well, that's not in focus right now. Curse crowning the Conjure images. I don't truly believe Jet cares at all. 5-man smoke up as Roshan is definitely going to rest for at least 2 more minutes.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire are scanning for enemies.
As the scans come through, they're not really hitting that much. Neither team is going the way the enemy expects it. Thus the caution of InterActive Philippines. As yeah, the net worth difference between the two is slowly but surely growing, thanks to Jed.
I changed tactics.
Oh yeah, Yangon Galacticos. Not really looking for the angle. They wanted to send Lun out for a little bit of vision placements, but not today, my friends. Not today. There goes the 4-man smoke. Looking for the possible catch, but the counter smoke coming out from InterActive Philippines. The race is on. Who will get on top of that triangle faster as the hook shot? It totally misses, it totally whiffs. They need to keep up the disable on the TB, but Jed will find his target for the Sunder. The doomed out Razor will be running away as Skille tries to right click into Jed just a little bit, but it's futile. Yona finds another, and onto JG they can go. The Shiva's guard is not going to be enough, but V with a jump is, as it's a killing spree for the Doom. They could not keep up the disable on the TB. The mid-racks totally open at this stage of the game as Young PH and KSH are the only thing standing in the way of InterActive Philippines, but maybe not Young PH. But we'll buy back on to supports. As this being a 5v3 affair, InterActive Philippines will want to continue. More than a minute without the Kunkka is a blessing, as they will find a dieback kill on to the Clockwork. Jed just walking back onto Obs. As many objectives as possible. Minute 39. The Razor can't even make a move. Blast tier 3 falls. It really looks like InterActive Philippines will go for it all. Doom back and forth on Lucifer himself and the Razor, but that TP out attempt is kind of ballsy from Rakusu. Sonic Wave push on to Kez. As KSH looking pretty low, he will try and re-heal himself with the Satanic, but V is on his behind, and they will take the Razor down for 90. Back for the counterplay. Jed, all he needs to do is right click, right click, right click, right click. Here comes the ghost ship, but who cares? Jed certainly does not. As that is going to be mega creeps for InterActive Philippines at minute 40. KSH back in play, but he's just instantly going to be gone. GG is called as InterActive Philippines will no longer be on the bottom of the bracket. They will take game number 3 from Yangon Galacticos. Well, it was a kind of a blink and you miss it kind of situation with Jet Baby going for his farm as soon as the Daedalus came out. Wasn't really a question if KSH can keep up. Well, the answer was not. He did try and transition into the Satanic a little bit earlier, but overall, yeah, just didn't really make it. InterActive Philippines getting the strategical advantage, and today just basically being about the draft. Congratulations to InterActive Philippines for no longer being on the bottom of the bracket, although with 3 games being played in the best of 3, you can basically say the teams are more even than not. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close out the day. InterActive Philippines take the 2-1 over Yangon Galacticos. My name has been DOTA, and we hope you have a lovely day.
It's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo.